I think we're live now. Can everyone hear me? Who do I got viewing? Guess we'll see. Okay. So for all of you guys that are joining possibly after the stream, this is me trying to get my GPON set up to work. So I have a video that's going to come out, I don't know, a week or so after this live stream if it's actually working. But today I'm trying to debug it, so I'm seeing if anyone wants to come help me figure out where I'm going wrong. So, not to explain what GPON is, I'll do that in the video, but I have an optical line terminal here. See if I turn the overlay off, you can see more stuff. So OLT is here. Just before the stream, I connected it up with 10 gig to my MikroTik CRS305 in the closet. So I got to set up the VLANs and the router on the CRS305 because well, some of you know I moved to Finland, so I am lacking in long Ethernet cables. All the cables I brought are like 1 meter. And I'm also lacking in power adapters that fit a Shuko plug. So I've had to shuffle things around so that I have enough power cords. So like the OLT uses an IEC connector. I have an IEC to Shuko power cord. That's good. The ONUs, I got 2 ONUs here. I got 6 more over there. These guys need 12 volt power. What are they blinking about now? Loss of signal. What did you do? What did I do to you? Can't figure that one out. This guy's pissed. So, can figure that one out now. So these guys need 12 volts. I had to dig up 12 volt adapters with the plug. I had to switch out the MikroTik I was using before for the different one, so the power adapter reasons. And also because my fiber cables are longer than any of my Ethernet cables. So that's what's going on here today. My goal is to get this box here, which was chosen entirely because it had an IEC power connector. This is like an Intel N150. It's a protectly firewall. It is going to get hooked up to one of these ONUs. So these are the customer side. I'm going to hook it up to this, try to get network access. So the whole PON setup should be acting like a layer 2 bridge, and based on the serial number of the ONU, it should be assigning it to a certain VLAN. And so currently the closest I've got is to pass VLANs through, but it keeps tagging them. So the traffic comes out these ports with a VLAN tag, which shouldn't be happening. Now if I set my laptop to use a VLAN tag, everything works fine. But I want it to work without a VLAN tag because that's how it's supposed to work. So that's what's going on here today. I also only have one keyboard, and I'm doing HDMI capture from this box. So when I work on this box, I have to unplug my keyboard from the streaming PC. This will be in for a fun night. So I got my chat up over here. I can also open Winbox on this computer. I can open the OLT web UI. I can SSH into the OLT all from my laptop. I can screen cap all that if I plug it in right. And then over here, this guy runs Kali Linux, so if we need to do Wireshark, it's on this guy. The OLT can also do a port tap if we need to. I can also do packet capture on the MikroTik in the closet. So I have all the equipment to do a well-equipped setup. I'm just getting a lot of it organized still here in Finland. So welcome. It's also late. Yes, hello everyone. The blue plug instead of the green one, someone just asked. So the green plug versus the blue plug. So if you look really carefully here, this one's got a blue plug. This one's got a green plug. The blue means that it has a straight polish. So the fiber comes, there's a piece of ceramic that goes over the fiber, and they're polished flat. And then the green plug means that it has an angle on it. So it's like a 7-degree angle. So the fiber comes up, it's like 9 microns in diameter. It's got a ferrule on it, which is ceramic, and they polish it with a slight taper. And the slight taper is supposed to prevent the end of the fiber from reflecting. So in long distance or PON networks, they'll often use the angle For short distance or like point-to-point Ethernet, we tend to use the unangled blue. I'm getting over a cold. So, hello from Poland. Okay, so I'm going to switch over to the Kali PC, which is still installing Kali because I'm a bit behind today. Let's see, so I can add myself. That's good enough. I guess that's still working, so we should probably take a look at the OLT web UI then. We pull that up. Where's my mouse? Okay. You plugged in all the way? No idea how this will come up. Oh, it's not exactly what I wanted, but it's not the end of the world. There we go. Okay, I'll hide myself for a bit. So this is what the web UI looks like on the OLT. So I got XGig, Ethernet, Gig Ethernet. PON is down. Why do we have PON down? Did I break something? I hope I didn't break something. Oh, PON is up. Oh no, that means that I got a flaky cable somewhere. Okay, PON is coming up. That's good. Let's see, the real world. In the real world here, these guys are no longer blinking red. So one of these guys must have been pissed off. PON is coming back up now. PON is up. Okay, so PON is up. So we're on the main page here. We've got two... Oh, okay, so one of them is offline and one of them is online. That's probably why PON is pissed. Whatever. So the settings I have to choose from are deployment. I have to pick an auth policy for each ONU, and I can create as many as I want. And then those are made up of profiles. So I'm required to pick a line profile and a service profile, and I can optionally pick the other profiles as well. So line profile implicitly picks a DBA profile. So DBA is like a bandwidth profile. So I can pick like these fixed bandwidth, assured bandwidth, max bandwidth. So the PON can do 2.4 gigabit down, 1.2 up. So fixed bandwidth is the bandwidth we always allocate to this client. Assured bandwidth is bandwidth we guarantee to the client as long as our assured bandwidth totals are under 2.4 gig. And then max bandwidth is the max they can go up to. So fixed bandwidth will always allocate that. Assured bandwidth will guarantee that. And max bandwidth is max. So I got those guys. If I go up here to ONU, So I can look at all the ONUs that are connected. I can change their profile. So you are angry. Why are you angry? Okay, so I unplug you and plug you back in. Get in there. Okay, you should come back on. And then I have configuration of the OLT itself. Okay, so what do you guys think? Negative 20 dB. Oh yeah. No, negative 20 is actually what I expect because I put a bunch of attenuation in. So I have a 16:1 PLC splitter, so that takes me down 12 dB and 13 dB. And then I got a 10 dB attenuator. So 13 dB would take me right about to the maximum, and 10 dB takes me pretty close, but not exactly to the minimum. So I'm in the range. I can take out the 10 dB attenuator though. You have lost signal. Screen share yellow. Yeah, it might be a night shift. Let's see what's going on here. No, I'm not a night shift. Yeah, no V6 Web GUI. The Web GUI seems to be V4 only, but the CLI is not. I get the feeling the Web GUI is not the most used thing. So they have a cloud service, and they actually gave me access to the cloud service. But I'm guessing most customers are probably using the cloud service and not the Web GUI. Okay, so next up, I'm going to configure the microtik, I think. A cola in a wine glass. This is actually a cactus. It's Coke. Nope, that's you guys. Okay, microtik. So here's the config I had before in the hex. And so I'm just going to copy some of these guys into here. Okay. So VLANs, IP pools. Bridge VLANs. Probably should update this. Okay, so this is going to update because I was going from a newer firmware version that changed some settings. Please. Yes, no changes scheduled. There we go, download and install. Friend used to work for EPON. Yeah, so EPON is different from GPON in like literally every way, except they use the same wavelengths on the fiber. So EPON is based on 802.3 IEEE. It uses Ethernet framing, and they, instead of using like a 10101010 preamble, they added some additional bits into the preamble to code what station ID it goes to on the PON. And then GPON is based on like ATM, because it's made by those same guys, so it's real different from EPON. Tim prefers Pepsi. Yeah, this is Coke. That's what I got. I also got water too with ice in it. No more OpenSense. Well, this was my OpenSense box that I brought with me. I'm currently using the wireless router from my ISP because it can do DHCP v6 prefix delegation. So it gets a /56 from the ISP, and we'll get about 59s. It takes the first one for LAN and guest because it is built-in guest network, which I don't use. And then I can get /59s out of there, like 7 more of them. So I can use them for labbing. Eventually, I'll probably get my own modem or put this one in bridge mode, but I don't have any other Wi-Fi here yet. So MikroTik is only being used for this lab, and for labbing stuff like this, I probably would have used MikroTik anyway because it's just routing, it's not firewalling. Yeah, so GPON is mostly a layer 2 protocol. So EPON as well. So they're carrying Ethernet frames. So dealing with IP is more done by a router. That's why I have the MikroTik acting as my service provider router. Why is the screen a weird color? Oops. This is just the color that the room is. It's kind of dark in here. Looks like the price of OLTs has gone down a fourfold. Yes, they're really cheap now. So this whole setup is like, I don't want to give exact numbers, but it's definitely less than 1,000 new. So I've got the OLT, which is like a few hundred, on like Alibaba, AliExpress. I bought an FS.com 20-kilometer GPON optic for it. The PLC splitter. I bought the cheap PLC splitter that doesn't have like a case and stuff because that was cheap. But it's like $60 for like a good one with like more rugged cables in this. And FS.com will get it to you in like a week. The ONUs, I think they list the list price for them is like $20, but if you buy them in bulk, they're like 10. And so I got this one here, which is just a basic, like super basic ONU. This one is wall mount, so if I flip it over without disconnecting or breaking the fiber, it's got like this other plastic piece that goes on it, but this like becomes the wall jack. So you feed the fiber in, you screw a plate over it and then snap this guy onto the plate, and this whole ONU is the wall jack. Turn off camera autofocus. That is not something I can do right now because I don't have a working keyboard. But this camera's autofocus is terrible, and that's one of the things I was going to talk about in the review until I decided not to review it. And then I also have, before I, Mr. Kasser, I'm trying to set up my own GPON network. So this is not connected to any ISP. I've got my own ISP side here. I've got my own ISP router in the closet. It's MikroTik. I've got my 2 customers and my 1 customer computer. Let me find this. So in addition to these 2 form factors, you can also get one of these. This is an SFP module, and it's longer than normal because it's a full-on ONU. So you plug it into the PON, and you get Ethernet. Someone's asked about ATN. It's derivative, but not compatible. So they were both designed by the ITU, and they're both like cell-based. So GPON is based on framing cells, not like 48 by ATM cells, but it's a periodic cell repeating pattern. And then the OLT schedules in what payloads it's going to put in each cell over time, and it allocates which uplink gets which cell time slots. And then in the cell, you can put data which could be an Ethernet frame, but doesn't have to be. So like GPON provisioning stuff can run directly over the cells. It could be an Ethernet frame. Most of the time it's an Ethernet frame, but it doesn't have to be. One can wear shorts in Finland in September. It's actually like 15 degrees Celsius out right now, which I think is very nice. Okay, let's see if... There we go, MikroTik's done updating, so let's see where we're at. We're trying to set this guy up. What's the key for you? Let's see if IP Fireball NAT got added. Looks like it did. IP route. Yeah, so I've got, when I get this up, MikroTik should be acting as like the ISP provider side router. So it's doing V4 DHCP, carrier grade NAT. So I'm doing 100.64 addresses. I got V6 on link. So there's Slack and DHCP V6 on link. And then I'm also hoping to do DHCP6 prefix delegation, but I don't have that today. But I also have NAT64 set up and running with Taiga. But I need to add some static routes to the router to get to that guy. PD pool 1. Okay, so you, let's see if you're going to come up. Okay, so you got a prefix now, 59, so I can give that out. So, following at home, I got a 56 from my ISP. That then gave a 59 to my simulated ISP router, so that my simulated ISP can give out 64s to each client. So let's add these guys all up. Okay, that should get me going. And you're broken. Why are you broken? Okay, so you work from that source address. Okay, so I got the source address bug going on again. Okay, whatever. If I can ping, then I'll be happy. So this guy is set up now. Switch back here so I can answer some questions. Nothing. Yeah, why are you doing that? Basically just for fun. So some other people like to set up like dial-up ISPs, the vintage crowd. Someone I follow sets up a DSL ISP in his house. Someone else did cable, so I'm doing fiber. I also like to do more videos on fiber in general. So I made that video like a couple of years ago now on like fiber home basics. And I'd like to do something like, there's more fiber stuff. So I could do, like from here, I could do like PON, hybrid fiber coax, HFC, or RF over glass. So like by taking this fiber, this is the one that goes into the PLC splitter, and using like a wavelength, what's it called? Like a filter grating. I'm trying to think what the piece is called that splits out 2 wavelengths. I can mix in 1550 nanometer, like cable TV, or like, well, it's in Finland, so it would be like PAL, analog TV. Then my 16 ports here, some of them could be TVs and some of them could be ONUs. I mean, in theory, I could run these tiny little fibers around my house and everyone could get an ONU, but that'd be kind of stupid, I think. I got options. I also like to do like a fiber tap. So like port taps are a really common way of doing security. Like if you're trying to inspect traffic, but you don't want to load down the firewall too heavy, you can do a port tap. So where all the traffic going over the wire gets tapped out the side. And then it doesn't interfere with the passing of traffic, but you can log and analyze traffic for analytics. And one way to do that is with a fiber tap. I want to play with those kinds of things as well. So if anyone knows the fs.com media people, I'd love to get in touch with them. How would you compare Microtech equipment to Unify? Unify is like, I don't want to say it's like Apple, because Apple makes some really, really good products. Unify is for people that don't have a full-time network staff. If you're in like the small business era where you don't have a full-time network staff, Unify is very easy to use, and they've really simplified things like that a lot. Now, if you need to do anything advanced, they're not really going to help you out on that. Microtech is kind of in the other side of the camp. They don't limit what you can do on any of their models. It's like this thing here. This, unplug the cables from it. This is $69. So I get 5 gigabit Ethernet with PoE in, PoE out, and SFP. This one's 1 gig. The new one can do 2.5 gig on the SFP as well. This is $69, and it can't do line rate. Well, you can do line rate switching, but they'll let you do routing on this. NAT, IPv6, IPv4. They'll even let you do BGP. I don't think this one has enough memory to do full table BGP, and it would be really slow at it, but it'll let you try. And so like Microtech doesn't limit anything. Like even their lowest end devices can do essentially all of their feature set. Now, there's some exceptions in their wireless gear, where some of the wireless gear is not full featured, but and some of the switches, if they have a CSS in the model number, they can't do routing as well. But yeah, so like for $69, this is like the perfect lab router. If you want to lab literally anything in routing, until you get to some pretty high level stuff, you can do it on this. You don't need an expensive lab or anything, or even that like power hungry used gear. So, I mean, this can do everything. The router I got in the closet now, it's a 4-port 10 gig SFP plus. It's like $150, and it can do layer 3 line rate in hardware. Routing, not firewalling, just routing. As soon as you add firewall on top, it drops it down to like 500 megs, but just routing, no firewall, 10 gig. So if you're like a tiny ISP or an enterprise, like this stuff is an amazing value. So you're planning to wire the apartment with GPON. Oh, I scrolled down too far. I'm still way up here in the comments. Is your plan to wire the apartment with GPON? I mean, in theory, these wires are like less than 1 millimeter in diameter. I would probably break them. I'd probably use like the 2 millimeter ones. I could tuck them into the molding, but realistically, I'm probably going to run like Cat 6. I'm actually not sure how to get into the attic yet. So I have an attic up there. There's also a house, by the way, that my girlfriend owns, so we don't have to worry about renting or anything landlords. But I don't know how to get into the attic. It's a duplex. So we do have a neighbor that's like kind of like a homeowners association because we like share the house because it's a duplex. So we do have to talk to, there's a duplex and a triplex, and we're all part of the same like building association. Which OLT are you using? It's made by a company called CData, and basically I went through Alibaba, and looked for companies that made this kind of gear in like a single port version or a 2-port version, because there's some like big chassis stuff like Huawei or Nokia. And I emailed everyone that made single port OLTs, and these guys were willing to work with me. Anderson Silva, he's living with a single /64. Yeah, that's really common in some parts of the world. From what I've heard, it's mostly in APNIC, Asia Pacific. They're run out of Australia, and allegedly their fee structure is not very good for like the income level of India. So a lot of Indian ISPs complain that they get like 148 at a time instead of getting like a 32 or 29 for a service provider, because they're like buying sub allocations from bigger allocation because the APNIC fees are too high. That's what I've heard. It seems kind of stupid to me that a provider wouldn't go straight for at least a /32. What's your opinion on new Winbox? I love new Winbox. I've always loved Winbox in general because of how fast it is. Like, so many web UIs are just so JavaScript slow. Winbox is great. Building ISP with one subnet. So the way that it will work for V6 is, like for a good ISP, you would get 2 different subnets. So you get a /56, which is a contiguous 256 subnets in a row that's routed to you. But if you just plug your laptop straight into the provider, you want it to work. So they give you another 64 on link that's for WAN routing. And so the WAN interface of your router gets an address from this other /64 that's not part of your allocation. So that's why I'm giving one IPv6 subnet, because you get a /64 on link plus the additional /56 routed. But I'm not setting that up as a 56. I'm going to set it up as a 60 because they're all coming out of my 56. But I haven't done that yet. Dial-up and ISDN local retro networks. Yeah, I never had ISDN in the US. I went straight from dial-up to DSL and very quickly on to cable. I've had cable for like 20 years now. So we've ridden cable through a lot. DOCSIS, I also kind of hate DOCSIS. I would love to build a DOCSIS lab, but I don't know who's going to deploy DOCSIS in 2024. Sorry, I know a lot of people are deploying it. I don't know who should be deploying DOCSIS in 2025. One gig on GPON. So they actually make ONTs, ONUs that have more than one port. Or if they have built-in Wi-Fi, they might have 2.4 gig internal switching bandwidth. And then if you take like a gig off Wi-Fi and you go off the port, there's some shenanigans with stuff like that. Facebook, you might have heard of them. They started using GPON for their, what's it called? IPMI. So every server has an IPMI interface, and they were running that all with a gigabit. It's all gigabit, or 100 meg. And they're running these 100 meg and gigabit links to switches. They were hanging the switch above the rack. So you have a rack, and they didn't want to waste any U's in the rack. So they have 48 U's, because they do 48 U instead of 44 U racks. So they have a 48 U rack with like a top of rack switch, and then they have a cable tray. And on top of the cable tray, they would hang like a 10 U or 15 U rack for their out-of-band switches. Then they would copper down from that across the tray to all these 100 meg or gigabit IPMIs. So they started running that over GPON instead. And they built this little box that's an 8-port ONU, I think. And they have these little modules that like snap together, and they fit in the space between the top of the rack and the cable tray. And so they can bring a fiber in. They have like a 1-to-4 splitter module, and then like a 4-port gigabit and like a 4-port serial or something. And so they can split like 32 ways on the PON, and then they can put in the modules they need for the number of IPMI they need in that rack. Super cool. So that's another use of GPON. They're doing XGS PON, which is 10 gig. XGS is 10 gig symmetric, so 10 gig, 10 gig. XG is 10 gig, 2.5, and then regular G is 2.4, 1.2. How come you moved to Finland? I have a Finnish girlfriend. I'm living with her in Finland. Fighting the urge to get a CRS 510. That's a nice switch, the CRS 510. Are you setting up a GPON stick? I have a GPON stick here. The problem I encountered was a power adapter for my hex has a US plug, and I live in Finland now. And with this guy in here, he was drawing too much power for the replacement power adapter I was using. So not setting up an ONU. I do own them though. I got 2 of them. Sweet. WAN 64 is optional. It is optional, but it's recommended that it be global instead of link local. Mostly because, I mean, you could do link local only and do DHCP PD only. But it's recommended that you take 64s out of a routing prefix. So like you line up all your 64s together and then separately get 56s out. That's the best recommendation. Having them link local is pretty good though. Is it the FS1? It's not an FS1, but it is a full modem. So this does gigabit on the SFP side, and it does GPON on the PON side. And this is made by CData. All of this stuff is made by CData. They sent it to me. See, I can't. The camera's not going to focus on it because this camera's kind of shit. But okay, so I'm going to switch back to doing some work now. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so what do we got going on here? Oh, I should switch over to mini PC. I bet it's done. I was trying to install Kali Linux on this thing. Switch over to that. Oh, maybe we'll fix autofocus too. Let's see. Okay, turn off autofocus. Forgetting that's a different mouse. Switch back and forth like that. It's real annoying, real fast. Because that's going to get so annoying so fast. Oh, that's the white balance. That's why the color's going all wonky. Jesus. How's that? Is that better? Did I finally get the color right? It's the white balance on the stupid camera. Let's see what you guys say. What is my day job? I am trained as a programmer, so I've been a programmer for a long time. I also did what you would call shadow IT. So I worked in software, but a primary thing I did a lot was like systems integrate. Well, my title was like a systems engineer. So I did a lot of time writing software for automated test setups. And like historically, a lot of these automated test equipment would use like a PC and a rack with like ISA cards. Like you laugh, but literally ISA cards to do like hundreds of relays or analog digital inputs, signal generator, stuff like that. And some of it would use like GPIB, PCI. We have like PCI serial ports, PCI CAN bus, stuff like that. And the trend in the industry for the past like decade has been to move everything to Ethernet. So now we have like a rack mount box that's like an oscilloscope with Ethernet. And we can ask it to like save a waveform for us and dump it over the network. Instead of having to get like a special card, we can just use like a general, like the kind of stuff that used to do GPIB now does Ethernet. And we can get a lot of specialty equipment over Ethernet. And so we tend to have an Ethernet network just for this test setup. So like I managed test setups that would test stuff for aviation, electronics. So we'd have a lot of electronic testers, electronic loads. And I did all the networking for those. So that's how I got into networking. Audio is a bit low. I think I can fix that one. Sorry for the audio, guys. I'm going to bump you up 10 dB. See how that looks. Is that better? this is my first stream from this new setup in Finland. I don't have my desktop with me, so my desktop stayed in the US for now. So I literally just set this OBS profile up like an hour ago. This is the GMK Tech mini PC that I reviewed like 2 months ago with like the i9. So, and I just bought like a $10 keyboard at the store today, so I'd have a keyboard. And I did bring my vertical mouse because I love my vertical mouse that much. Audio is better now. Good. Color should be better too because it's 2D camera. Okay, you're going full screen. I'm going to get... do I have a USB Ethernet that's USB Type A? Because I'm using all my Type C ports here. I'll be right back. Yes, there you are. Okay, so I'm going to capture from my laptop because as much as I love my Kali PC, it's a huge pain to switch the keyboard and mouse out. Empty room echo. Yeah, it's an empty room. I do have, this is a concrete wall behind me because it's the dividing wall between my neighbor. And unlike the US, this is solid AF. I got a rug, I got a couch, and then I got a bookcase, wood ceiling, and those. This is full all the way across the wall. So it's not as bad as it could be, I guess. Okay, so I got Ethernet. Why did you guys lose PON again? Are my levels that low that you're going to break something? I hope I'm not breaking my tiny ass little fibers of the PLC splitter here because I don't have another one. Please come back. What you problem? That felt like it was off. Here we go, that was it. That connector was loose. Okay, so USB. Into the ONU. Which ONU is this? This is the one ending in 6E3. Can you show the current config and what works and what doesn't? Yes, I'll get to that. Shit. What happened to you? It's not finding the display output. There we go. Okay, you're coming back. and USB, and oh fuck. Yes, allow. That, oh, there we go. Okay, we're back. Okay. We're good. Okay. Okay, so we're in the config here. The ONU I got. Where are you guys? Oh, you got logged out. Okay. Okay. ONU. So I got two ONUs. I'm looking at 63. And I think I had an overridden config for him, so we're going to delete him, and then he'll just reprovision automatically. Deployment. So I've got him set up to Resi Service Profile here. And that's just like a collection of other profiles. So he's pointed to Line Profile, Resi 1000, Service Profile, Resi, and no TR069, and no WAN. So that's the first profile. Next, under Profiles. So I can configure all these different profiles. And since he's going to be using Resi Service Profile, he's going to end up using the line profile I specify here and the service profile I specify here. So I go here, hit Edit. So we're doing one TCON, and it's using DVA Service 1000. So this is, I think I set it to guarantee 35 meg and up to 1000 meg. We'll go to that profile and see. Yeah, so we're doing Assure and Max, 30 megabits down, max of gigabit. So we're guaranteed to at least get 30 megs with congestion. Yeah, so that's my DVA profile. That points to this line profile. And then I have Gemport. I have the option of changing Gemport car. And this would be a traffic profile. So this is like traffic shaping. This is how you would normally do traffic shaping. But I am not doing that. And then mapping. So this is where I get... The mapping is in a couple different places. And this is what keeps tripping me up. So mapping here, I have the option to choose VLAN transparent. And if I do that, then I get no other settings. So I think that passes everything that the service profile allows. And then my option is to now say untag, but if I say untag, I don't get the option to choose a VLAN. And if I choose tag, then the box pops up. So if I choose untag, then the box disappears. So we'll choose untag and confirm. And then here on the service profile, I have service Resi. So this is port number. So it supports up to like 24 ONU ports. And they're identified by a number, but I'm just saying adaptive, so we'll figure it out. No IP configuration at layer 3. Configuration at layer 2, here's what I got going on. So I'll hide myself for a bit so you can read it. So my option is to say native VLAN concerned or unconcerned. And I don't know if this means tag or untag. It seems kind of like a weird wording to me. This is what I mean by like the translation might be tripping me up. So I guess we'll try unconcerned. And then I have port config and port VLAN rules. So port config, I said native VLAN 20 and port 1. This OLT only has one port, so only the port 1 rules matter. And then I'm doing priority 0. And then down here, I can set trunk or transparent. So if I set transparent, then it's just passing the VLAN through. If I set trunk, then I think it's doing Q and Q. I also have Q and Q. And then translation, I choose a VLAN on both sides. So this would be like taking the user VLAN from a high number, translating it down to 1 maybe. I'm going to try transparent. And then obviously it's got configs here for like all the ports, which I don't need. And then is this doing multicast? In this case, it's not. I'll get to multicast later. Okay, so that's my service profile. And then I don't have a WAN profile because it's not required. I should be able to do this just on layer 2. So we'll save. Yes. ONU. So now what I'm just going to do is I'm going to go in here and delete him, and then he will reprovision automatically. Actually, I'll just power him off and back on. The nice thing about having 2 of these guys is that I get a bunch of errors if I lose uplink. So as long as I have at least one ONU running, I don't get a bunch of errors. So if I power cycle the one I'm working on, I just leave this one not in use, I don't get the errors. Let's see, so he should come up soon. I'll check your comments meanwhile. Moved to Finland for a long time. Yes. I'm currently submitting my residence permit, so if they approve me for that, then I can stay longer, but tentatively I can stay another month and a half. But the hope is not to move back. Message me. Oh, Duolingo. Man. Okay. What other comments I got? Faint white noise in the background. Yeah, it's probably the fan. Get a fan over there. Sorry. Opinion on SFP ONU sticks. So this thing is incredibly hot. And it's more expensive than these things here. So, I mean, I know that this one I don't think has a web UI. It's designed for like a service provider to give these to customers. So like from the service provider's perspective, they want to have an ONU that is as dumb as possible. They give it to the customer, and the customer gets an RJ45 Ethernet. They can do whatever they want with. And if your service provider does that, keep it. If your service provider gives you some sort of multi-unit thing that does your Wi-Fi and they manage that, then that's probably when you want to start replacing it. I would prefer this guy. This guy is, at least for a gigabit, for 10 gig making, I can't imagine how hot this would get for 10 gig. So for 10 gig, RJ45 converters already get really hot. Just doing the 10 gig, well, I guess it'd be optical anyway. It wouldn't be doing 10 gig RJ45. The line drivers for 10 gig RJ45 draw quite a bit of power, so they get very hot. This would be a laser though, so it's mostly the processor in here that has to do, well, it has to do PON. It kind of acts like a layer 2 switch. So the PON comes in, the PON is encrypted, so it has to decrypt and encrypt in the PON, and then it's got to pass the frames to the backend interface, which is SFP Ethernet. So, opinion on laser quality. Won't they burn themselves at short distance? Maybe. So, this guy, I want to say, is 3 dB to 8 dB transmit power. I think. I don't remember the exact numbers. Maybe it was like 0 to 5, something like that. It's like a 5 dB range it can transmit. dBm, which is decibel milliwatts. So, 0 dBm is 1 milliwatt. So, 5 dBm would be... So 3 dBm would be 2 milliwatts. This is like 3 milliwatts, maybe-ish. Then the receiver can go -28 to -8. And when you get above -8, it can get damaged. So that means I need at least between 8 and like 12 dB of attenuation, bare minimum. Now that corresponds to a heck of a lot of fiber, but I am splitting. So each time we split the signal in half, our signal goes in half, which is 3 decibels. So if I had a 2-to-1 splitter to have like 2 receivers, then I would be losing 3 dB in that split. But I don't have a 2-to-1 splitter, I have a 16-to-1 splitter. So I'm going down to 1/16 of the signal in my splitter. That corresponds to 12 dB. And it actually came with test data that shows it's actually 13 dB on average across all the ports. So the best port was like 12.5. So I'm getting like 12.5 dB loss from the OLT to the ONT because I split it so many times. That still puts me rather high, but it's not dangerously high. So I have another 10 dB of attenuator, which is this guy right here. It's a 10 dB attenuator. So that's knocking another 10 dB off. And I could run without that, but I bought it just because I bought it before I bought the splitter. So I could run with just the attenuator or just the splitter. I actually have the cables to run without the splitter as well. I wouldn't say the quality's better on ONT boxes. ONT boxes are definitely made in bulk. Like I've seen list prices on the cheapest ONTs, like gigabit ONTs, for like $9. I bet 10 gig XGS PON is probably more than that, but these things are real cheap. They're very disposable. And I mentioned earlier that Meta, Facebook, is using GPON for their out-of-band. They said that they treat their ONTs or ONUs as disposable, OLTs. So the receiver side, they have something just like this, but it's got 4 Ethernet ports, and it's like a plug-in module. They plug it in. They got 4 out-of-band ports and 1 PON port. And they have another one that has 4 RJ45s and 1 PON. And they're using like completely off-the-shelf chipsets. They just engineered the case themselves, and they just throw it away with praise. $6 a piece for ONTs. Yeah, that sounds about right. So they're made in very large quantities. Okay, what else is going on now? What made you make YouTube videos? A couple years ago, I stopped working. I was struggling with some things in my life, and I was staying home a lot. So I had a lot more time, and that's when I started making YouTube videos. So I also have been teaching for a while, so I mentor robotics kids, and I've done that for like 10 years now. So I've done teaching adjacent things on the side for most of my career. Okay, switching back to, are you used to euros and metric? So I've used metric for a long time as an engineer. A lot of engineering companies use metric internally. As for euros, I still kind of think of them as dollars because the conversion's pretty close. And euro prices with tax included are not that different from American dollar prices without tax included. It's only like 10% different, so I just kind of think of them the same. Terabit capable ONT. Terabit, I don't think there's any terabit optics that exist yet. I'm sure someone will correct me. 400 gig is commonly deployed now by hyperscalers. I think 800 gig is being tested. But to get terabit, you would be doing what's called like an ODM, or optical distribution network. So that's where you're taking a bunch of 100 gig carriers or 400 gig carriers and muxing them all at different wavelengths. So like with 100 gig, I think you can fit 40 channels in one single mode fiber across all the different wavelengths. Now that's a whole other set of engineering that I haven't ever dug into, but the dense wavelength division, multiplexing, DWDM, those systems can pack in a lot of bandwidth. 40G GPON, I think they're doing, I know 25G is in the mix. They might be doing multi-carrier. So GPON, so GPON and EPON both use the same wavelength. I think it's 1310 or 1320 and 1420. I think are the wavelengths for GPON. They're the same for EPON. And then for XGPON, they picked 2 new wavelengths so you could run both GPON and XGPON at the same time on the same fiber, which is also different from 1550 that they use for cable TV over fiber. So you have 1550 for carriers that are doing cable TV over fiber. You have 1310, 1420. I think that's the 2, 1440, something like that. And so then for XGPON and then XGS-PON uses the same wavelengths as XGPON. So that's 5 wavelengths now that you could be running over the same fiber. And so for 25 gig and up, basically what they're doing is they're reclaiming the GPON fibers wavelengths as secondary wavelengths. So I think they've got 6 wavelengths planned or something like that. And like there's some that are downlink and some that are uplink. And so like each wavelength can do 20 gig or something, and you can use both of them to get more throughput, but a single client can only use one wavelength at a time or something. I don't know, there's nuance to it that I'm not familiar entirely with. Why is GPON more popular than EPON? So GPON and EPON came from totally different standards bodies. So EPON came from the IEEE. They're the guys that do Ethernet. And so they took Ethernet, and at the beginning of an Ethernet frame, there's like the MAC address, the MAC address, ether type. But before that, there's what's called the preamble, which is like 101010101010, and it's just a oscillating pattern. And the receiver uses that to synchronize its clock. And so essentially for EPON, they robbed some of those bits from the preamble to stuff in the station ID. And then everything else gets transmitted over Ethernet. They use MACsec, they use Ethernet standard protocols, Ethernet-based. So in theory, you could have Ethernet PHY that's off-the-shelf Ethernet lasers, like BiDi lasers or something. And the MAC just has to deal with this nuanced preamble. In reality, it can only do gigabit symmetric, so it's 1 gig up, 1 gig down. GPON, despite being named gigabit, is 2.4 gig down and 1.2 gig up. And it was developed by the ITU. So those are the guys that developed ATM, E1, T1, ISDN, all that shit. So it's cell-based instead of frame-based. Not that that makes a huge difference to you guys, but essentially on a cell-based network, there's a continuous stream of time slots, and they're allocating at a high level what goes into what time slots. They might have a rolling sequence of, I don't remember what it is for GPON, but just say there's 50 time slots in a major frame. And they're always picking something to fill those time slots. They're not just transmitting randomly. So like on Ethernet, if you don't have a packet to transmit, you can just leave the line idle. And then as soon as you have a packet to transmit, you transmit immediately. So in a cell-based network, you're always filling the cells, and you're moving, like you're assigning time slots to cells and stuff. It's a different way of allocating bandwidth. And so cell-based was popular with ATM, and it's how GPON works. Yeah, so gigabit capable PON. If people came out with GPON today, they would call it like 3G or something equally stupid. Does the U.S. market have more to offer in terms of hardware? So being in the European Union, I can get stuff shipped from Germany really easily. Getting stuff shipped from China is a huge pain in the ass. But I can get stuff shipped from like Sweden or Germany or Poland or anything. Not a problem. $48 or $96, depending on the optics, yes. Time slots, yes. So 2G GSM use time slots similarly. And that's a very good analogy for how PON works, too. So in 2G GSM cellular networks, the tower would fill time slots with data. And then it would tell the phone what time slots they could use to send data back if they needed to. And it would give them very few, and then if they were actually using them, it would give them more. That's kind of how GPON works. It has a timetable. Everyone synchronizes the timetable, and then it sends out frames in cells. And it's really critical because the uplink, if two ONUs transmit at the same time, they can collide. So the OLT has to schedule when each client is allowed to send data uplink, and it does that by assigning them time slots. Yeah, Schengen area. So the Schengen area includes more than just the European Union. It includes Norway. Who else is included? The European Union, except, is Bulgaria not in it anymore? I just ordered some shit from Bulgaria and it wasn't hard. Shelly is in Switzerland. Yes, Switzerland's in the Schengen area. Iceland is in the Schengen area too, I know. Is there anything you're missing or don't know what to look for in Finland? I wouldn't say there's anything I'm missing. The biggest thing that I lack right now is I only packed short cables. So setting up this demo, I brought a whole bag of these 1-foot cables because they're so useful to set up stuff on a bench. but then I can't reach the closet where my modem is, and I only had like 3-foot cables. So I had to order them. I bought them from Amazon.de, and they intentionally waited like 10 days to ship my package because I got free shipping. So, like, F those guys. Yeah, the speed of GPON is way higher. So this is 2.5 gig down and 1.2 gig up, and they only promise gigabit per customer. So you can give gigabit per customer if you have 8 or 16 customers on a shared 2.5 gig line. Like, there's a lot of analysis into ISPs on how much bandwidth an actual customer uses, and it has nothing to do with the speed tier you paid for. So it has to do with things like demographics and how many people are in the house and stuff. But I don't know, 10 years ago, you would say a customer needs 3 megabits per second. Maybe now you say 5 megabits per second. But like on average across the entire month, this house is probably going to use like 3 megabits per second. And if they're streaming Netflix, that's like another 10 megabits or something. So if you're planning for an ISP, you know that if you do a big file download, like you're downloading a game, you peg your gigabit connection. Like, you can't saturate a gigabit link forever as a residential ISP, and the ISP knows that. So they know that if you guarantee everyone like at least 50 megabits on the worst congestion time and let them bump up to 500 when they're actually using it, no one's actually going to notice that they didn't actually get dedicated 500. What difference between GPON and EPON? I've answered that like twice already, so you can scroll back in the recording. What OLT are you using? It's made by a company called C-Data. I'm just going to scroll over. I'll go back to my config. We'll take a look at this now. Actually, I'm going to open Wireshark. And we'll open Wireshark and what interface are you on? EN3. Oh, did you just magically work? Oh no, you've done something horrible. Well, that's fun. Okay. Wi-Fi settings. I'm trying not to show my Wi-Fi network name here while I talk to you guys. Somehow I ended up getting a router advertisement from my router on VLAN 1 when I'm not on VLAN 1. And I didn't get DHCP though. So let's look and see what we got here. So here's the config that I was talking to you guys about before. Switch over to that. I logged out again. Yeah, it logs you out after like 10 minutes of inactivity. It's not very long. Okay, so ONU here, if we click on him, he's going to load. It takes a second. So we got, it says I got 18 meters. That's, what is that telling me? Oh, is it like the time shift? It says 18 meters of, okay. ONU. And then I got LAN, Ethernet. So that's connected at 100 meg. Yeah, so in PON, like literally everything is done by the OLT pushing stuff to the ONU. So this guy doesn't have a web UI. He doesn't have a CLI. All of the settings on this ONU get pushed from the OLT. And all the statistics get pushed back up too. So port 1 is plugged in. So mapping number 1, user VLAN 20. So user VLAN 20 should be giving me an IP address that ends in 2824, I think. Let's see. 2820. I should be ending in 2820. Remember that. And I don't have any additional config. I can actually override a bunch of config options here for this specific serial number if I want to, but I'd rather go back to the global config and edit it there. So I go over to Wireshark. So this is the ONU port, so this is what I got coming out. So I got a router advertisement from, stop it. So we're sending MDNS and spanning tree. router advertisement. So this is coming from 10.18.48.074C. This is not my MikroTik router. This is my ISP router. So it is sending me VLAN 1 and not VLAN 20. But it is untagging it. But it's not doing it right because it's only sending that. So like if I send a... Yeah, so here my Mac has tried to find IPv4 only.ARPA to see if it can do 464XLAT. And it didn't get a response. So somehow it's only sending these router advertisements and nothing else is like leaking through. All of this other traffic is generated by my client, except for spanning tree and the router advertisements. So that's not working correctly. So let's flip back over and see if you guys have any suggestions. Oops. Is your keyboard in Finnish? This keyboard has Finnish lettering written on here. It's actually Swedish. And it might be Norwegian too, I think. I know Finland and Sweden share the same keyboard layout. So I've got the same letters. And based on the look of this, this also has the Norwegian and Danish letters too. But I have it configured as US English. So that means that my touch typing is correct. But if I look down at the keyboard, it's wrong. And then my Mac is just a US English keyboard. Jordan's designing an FGTX network. Cool. Ending in 2820, yeah. So the reason that it's important that it ends in 2820 is because the router advertisements I was getting end in 2800, which is the wrong subnet. So I'm getting the wrong RAs passed through. So if I look here, this particular config is not working. And I'm pretty sure it's in the service profile. So if I go here, I have it set unconcerned native VLAN 20. I think I should set this to concern. And then let's go ahead with that. And then I'll just power cycle the ONU. Save. I'm not sure if I actually have to hit the save button for the settings to apply. I know hitting the save button saves the settings like to flash. Just delete the device. Okay. So now it'll come up and we'll see what we get in Wireshark. Okay, so in Wireshark we have now lost connection. Okay, we're coming back. All of this, I think... Oh, nope. Yeah, this is all coming from my Mac. So it's doing DHCP discover, it's doing router solicitations, not getting anything. It's doing MDNS. Okay, so we don't have any link yet. We just have my Mac trying to find anything it can possibly find. Okay, so that means you must have rebooted. So now we say mapping details. User VLAN 20. But I don't see anything from VLAN. Oh, nope, I do. We got traffic. Router advertisement from... Oops. Yeah, so this router advertisement is from 2800, not 2820. And it has no VLAN ID. Oh! Does this Ethernet adapter not support VLANs? Shit. I was using a different Ethernet adapter the other day, and it was showing me my VLAN tags correctly in Wireshark. And now it's not showing them to me. Now, this setup should be working without VLAN tagging on the client. That's what I want to happen. I want the ONU to be stripping the VLAN tag so that whatever VLAN I assign to this client gets passed on downstream. So what I want to happen long-term for the setup is, I guess I'll switch back to this and talk to you guys. So what I'd like to happen is I'd like essentially to have a block of VLAN IDs that correspond to my subscribers. So since I can do 128 splits, I might have 128 VLAN IDs, maybe like 64, something like that. And then on the router side, I have a shitload of VLAN interfaces set up. They each have the IPv6 64-bit prefix for the WAN, and then I can plug in here and then optionally do prefix discovery, and then I can do like a /30 or something for v4. So ideally, the whole PON setup is just carrying layer 2 Ethernet. And then this cable that goes off to my router, for those of you guys that weren't here at the beginning, this guy is 10 gig. He's going off to the MikroTik CRS305 that has VLAN interfaces configured properly. With, I think I set up 5 of them, just so I could test with 5 clients. Legendary thinks I should switch to the CLI. Okay, we'll switch to CLI. Give me 1 second to finish answering questions. It's impressive that Finnish shares the same layout. So Finland was actually, for a long time, part of the Swedish Empire. And so they share the same alphabet as Swedish, but not the same language. They just share the same letters. So that's why they can share the same keyboard. And then Swedish is very related to Danish Norwegian. So like my keyboard here, the O with dots and the O with a slash through it are the same button. Same with the AE and the A with dots over it. One gets shifted or something like that. So you're setting up your own ISP. I'm setting up my own ISP on this table right here. It's probably not going to leave this house, but no, I'm not running like a real ISP. I just want to set up my own home lab ISP. Okay, so switching to the CLI. Let me pull up. I hate it when Wireshark does this. Let me switch to the CLI. Okay, we're in. Okay, so here's the CLI. So this is the CLI, and I want to enable and config, and that takes me here. So I probably want to look at I'm pretty sure my problem is in the service profile. I need a number. Show. Okay, so I want service profile ID 1. How do I make it show this stuff here? I'm not a CLI expert. Switch back to you guys. Okay. Can you do 128 splits with that setup? 1 to 4 splitter should give you 6 dB of... So each time you cut it in half, you lose 3 dB. So 128, you're cutting it in half 7 times. So that would be 7 times 3, 21 dB of loss. So if you had very short cabling, I think you could do 128 splits. The use case I've heard of for like these single port units is like apartment buildings. So if you have like an apartment building with like 10 units or 20 units or something, you can put one of these in the basement and do fiber to each unit, short range, and then you could hit a lot of splits if you're doing that level of splits. But I mean, you have loss in fiber for each kilometer and stuff. How did you purchase the GPON gear? I actually, I talked to CData directly, and they sent it to me. I believe they're active on Alibaba. I don't know if they're active on AliExpress. Yeah, so speaking of splitters that are worse, this splitter cost me 15 euros from FS Germany. And the loss, so it should be 12 dB because it's 16 to 1, so I'm splitting it 4 ways, halving it 4 times. And they measured the loss at 2 different wavelengths. And the average was 13.05. The best port was 12.7, so 13 dB. It's not bad. This thing was 15 euros. Is it GPON OLT? The OLT is GPON only. I believe these guys are both GPON or EPON, I think. They're the same wavelength. It's just a different encoding. Okay. Legendary Z. Switching back to here. Native VLAN. Concern. So that's my only option there. So here's my options for service profile 1. IPTV, loop detect, MAC aging, MAC learning, multicast, native VLAN, no. ONT port, ONT type, port, show. Port ETH. Port ETH1. Okay, so I don't want port ETH. Port VLAN, ETH. Port 1. Add a service VLAN. VLAN translation transparent. Port native VLAN ETH 120. Let's see how that worked. Now I'm going to... Nope, I got kicked out. Going to delete it so that it comes back and re-registers. See how this works. I did not try show this. Let me see if show this works. Show this does not. What do you think about setting up a new line profile? That's what I already did, actually. So it had default profiles, and I just made the new one. That's like the Resi 1000 profile. Entity cons. Native VLAN for ONT is what I want, I think. I think that's what I want too. What I'm not sure about is if this Ethernet adapter is filtering VLAN tags or not. Because when I was testing before, I was seeing a lot of tagged traffic. Let's switch you guys back here. So in Wireshark, I'm again getting a bunch of, so I'm getting spanning tree, and I'm getting router advertisements. And they are for the wrong network again, 2800. And I'm also getting CDP, but no other traffic is flowing correctly. Says the ONT is offline. Oh yeah, that's like a console message. Port ETH 1. Yeah, so VEIP is when I make it do layer 3 instead of layer 2, but I want it to do layer 2 right now. Let's see what you look like. Details. Change you to 21 just to see if that sticks, just to make sure my setting I'm changing and the CLI is making an effect in the GUI. Back to comments. Paste the adapter model. Let me pull that up. So I have another adapter that I used before that I know supports VLANs. But it has a Type-C, and I'm out of Type-C ports on my laptop because I'm screen capping. So that's why it is the way it is. Model is it? And we'll look on the device. NT S25G. Okay, so that's my Ethernet adapter. I have, where did it go? I have this one. I know this one does VLANs correctly, but again, it's Type-C, and I'm out of Type-C ports on my laptop because of reasons. It has been a long day. Okay, switching you guys back here. So just making sure my config applied. No, it still says 20. So maybe I need to reapply the config or something, or reboot it. How'd you get untagged? I want concern or unconcerned? What do you think? Probably want concern. That would make sense to me. Commit. Change profile. Okay, pull that profile again. User VLAN untag. Okay, back to you. What does Wireshark show now? Wireshark now shows... Yeah, we're still getting untagged. Coming back here, service profile. So you're 21, so the change I made in the CLI applied here. So why didn't you pick it up on the ONU? Why do you say user VLAN untag? Actually, user VLAN untag sounds right. It just sounds like it's the wrong VLAN that it's associated with. Native VLAN 21. So 20 through 24 should all be valid on my router. User VLAN 20 to 24. So what if I said this? And then I go here, change your profile. Actually, if I delete you, I think that works too. All right. And now the screen said VLAN mapping untagged and mapping ID 1. Let's try setting it up from scratch together. I like that idea. So if this doesn't work, we're going to do it from scratch. Send me an email. Whatever. Okay, so we're not getting anything still. Well, not correct. Okay, so I'm going to go here to deployment. I need to make a new line profile. I need to make a new service profile. So we'll do them one at a time. So DBA profile. This is bandwidth. I'm going to use DBA service 1000, just so you see it. This is the DBA, so it's a Shure and Max, 30 meg and 1 gig. So we're not going to make a new DBA. I'm going to make a new line profile. So add line profile 2, sure, whatever. Mapping mode, VLAN, priority, port, or VLAN and priority. Why don't I open the chat on my phone? How does that work? Let's see if that works. Why is the YouTube Studio app so bad? I literally cannot see that I'm live right now on the Studio app. Come on. How are you? Okay, so I got to switch back to comments to read them, but these are my 4 options for mapping mode. VLAN, priority, port, or VLAN and priority. Yeah, so I don't really want to specify priority, so I'm going to stick with VLAN. Actually, what do we pick? Port. Ethernet port 1. Oh, that's the wrong keyboard. 1. And let's try a service profile now. Service profile 2, adaptive. Let's say native VLAN 22. Let's try this. And then I'll make a new auth policy. Profile 2, service profile 2. Yes. Save. ONU. Change profile. Okay, there we go. So let's see if this works. Are you on DBA fix 2? Oh well, it doesn't really matter. So using VLAN would be great if we were doing like IPTV on a separate VLAN. But just for the basics, I wonder if this will get me what I want. Nope, I'm still getting the wrong RAs. They got a VLAN tag now. They got a VLAN tag of 1. Let me set, where's MikroTik? You need to have a smaller interval. Okay, so somehow you've ended up getting multicast from VLAN 1 tagged. So this was not the config I wanted. Going back to chat. I'm sure chat's mad at me for not doing CLI. Why is YouTube that bad? The YouTube Studio app is a completely different app from YouTube. It's the app you get as a creator. And it's like the YouTube Studio web interface and the app are like developed by separate teams that have never heard of each other before. There will be like ways you can filter that only exist on a mobile app or only exist on desktop. And for like 3 years, if you wanted to find a comment that had a new reply since you had last replied, you had to do it on the mobile app because there was no way to filter that way on desktop. They just added it to desktop recently, but like stupid things like that. So from the YouTube Studio app, like the creator side, I cannot interact with my live stream in any way. I have to log in to the regular YouTube app to do commenting and stuff there. I can't do it from Studio. I don't know why. I can do it from Studio on desktop. I can interact with my comment section and stuff. But there's no mobile version of that. Okay, let's create a new T-Con maybe. Yeah, so that's the problem is I can't keep my chat open without you guys seeing my YouTube Studio interface. Unless I can pop you out. Pop out chat. Ooh, let's do this. Can I, no, I don't like that. If I was in Safari, maybe I'd do that. Okay. I guess I'll open it on YouTube. I don't even have the YouTube app, so I can't open it here. What I can open it on, though, is this computer, which I'm not logged into YouTube on because I don't have very good access to my US phone number. Because I have a Finnish phone number now. But I can at least read the chat. So I'm going to read the chat here. I can't reply from this computer. Apple Art is live. I got an ad. Yeah. Shut up. There and there. Okay. Let's shut up. Skip ad. Okay. So now I'm reading my own chat from PeerTube. So PeerTube, you can kind of set your own latency. So I have the ability in YouTube to change the stream latency, and you trade off like buffer ability. So if you have like internet quality problems or something, a higher latency will get you a higher, less jitter, I guess. Okay, Legendary says let's add all of it from the CLI. I agree. So I'm going to come over to the CLI. Let me kick me out. Good thing the password is admin. I just remember it. Okay, so enable config. So first, I either need to set up a line profile or service profile. Which one do you want to do first? Line or service? I'm out of Coke. DBA profile. I don't see an option for DBA profile. Here are my options. Oh yeah, DBA profile is up here. DBA profile, profile ID. Profile ID. Okay, so here's the DBA profiles I got right now. DBA profile ID. So next ID would be 5. So we're in DBA profile 5. So my options here are fixed bandwidth only, assured bandwidth, assured max, max, fixed assured max. So fixed bandwidth, it will always allocate time slots. Assured bandwidth, it guarantees that it gets at least this bandwidth no matter what the other clients are doing. And max bandwidth is it never allows more than this bandwidth. So I think what I want to use, the one I seem to like is type 3. So I'd say type 3. Sure. This is in kilobits, so like 30. Type 3. Okay, so sure, and then 30, 100,000. Why do you have a limit of 99968? It's probably some sort of rounding error. Okay. So show DBA profile. Correct. Okay. So DBA profile 5. Can I set profile name? Commit. It doesn't matter. DBA profile 5. So that's our DBA profile. So how does that look to you guys? Okay, so next up, do you want to do service profile or line profile? ONT line profile or OLT service profile? tcont. tcont. Is that an option I have? No. Oh, traffic profile. That one? Traffic profile. Show traffic profile. Okay, I had no traffic profiles. Okay, let's start with 1, so we'll do traffic profile 1. Profile name. Committed information rate. 500,000. Okay, so I have a traffic profile now. So here are my ONT profile options. No, it is not linked because that gets linked in the line profile. No, so those things that you configure by line profile. I think what you want is line profile. Show. Okay, so I got line profile 012. I'll make a new one. GPON profile ID 3. Okay, so I'm in the ONT line profile next. So this is where I do gem. What's behind gem? Add, delete, show gem. Yes, tcont is here in line profile. Bind DBA profile to tcont. tcont ID 1. Profile ID was that? Was that profile ID 5? I think. Okay, so I got tcont 1 is assigned DBA profile 5. So we did that. So gem add, first gem, tcont ID 1. Encryption switch for the gem up, traffic control. Okay, I think this is all I need. Gem 1 already exists. Okay, so we had a default gem that got created automatically using tcont 0, it looks like. So we're going to switch tcont 0 to be I don't know how to delete, but whatever. Gem mapping 1, mapping index 1. ETH port type, priority, ONT VLAN ID. VLAN ID. So if I back up a bit, I can do VLAN transparent, VLAN untagged, VLAN ID. Yeah, so it's gem port mapping set failed. Yeah, it is all a bit much. That's why I like the web UI. Yeah. Okay, tcont, EA profile, gem port, traffic profile, traffic, delete you. Okay, so VLAN transparent. All service port will map this gem port. So I think I want try 23 maybe. Okay, so it should now be rebooting. The VLAN is done in both the line profile and the service profile. I think the line profile is the OLT side. So the OLT side is which VLANs the ONT is allowed to decrypt. And then the service side is the config that gets pushed to the ONT, and it's what VLANs it should break out from the ones it could decrypt. I think that's how it's going. ONT side, so OLT side, I am just allowing certain VLANs to pass from the Ethernet onto the PON. And then service side, I have to unmap those. So like the traffic is coming into the OLT on the same VLAN ID it is on Ethernet. So in line profile, I can only allow specific VLANs to pass through. I can't configure remapping them. In the service profile, I can configure remapping them, Q and Q, stuff like that. In case you'd like the current config, and paste the current config in my Discord. Let's see. Okay, I pasted current config in my Discord. Now I'll look at you guys again. Okay, back to this. So now you say user VLAN 23. So what do I get in Wireshark? It's untagging. Why don't I unplug you and plug you back in? Just so you do all your stuff again, as if you found the network for a new time. Oh, I have made an error. Oh no, I've made an error. Maybe I've made an error. Let's see. No, I got it right. Okay. I'm gonna say I forgot to add the VLAN IDs, but no, they're allowed. Let's see. You are ingress filtering And port VLAN, so I'm on SFP plus 3, I think. IP. Where is neighbors? It used to be under IP neighbors. Did I get a new home? Where is the MikroTik neighbor discovery? I thought it was under IP neighbor. But IP neighbor has... SFP plus 3. This guy should be... Yeah, my fiber. Okay, that's my fiber. Okay, so SFP plus 3 should be... IP neighbors print. Okay, so no one's doing neighbor discovery, I guess. I was hoping the OLT would do neighbor discovery, but it's not. So we get no neighbor discovery there. Let me switch to you and make sure that you are configured right, just to make sure I didn't do something weird here. So configuration XG. No, turn back on. Port config XGE. No, port VLAN is what I need. Ah, that's my problem. You didn't save. I set you earlier. Native VLAN 1, 20 to 30. Okay. That's a problem. Now save. Because I definitely set this earlier today. Ah, shit. That's been causing problems for me for sure. How about we go here now? Oh, now we got all kinds of traffic. Okay. So now I have the opposite problem. Now I've got 5 router advertisements. Well, they're VLAN tagged correctly, so the PON is carrying the VLANs to my laptop correctly, but it's not untagging anything. It's passing it all through. Yeah, so I can do that now. Let me switch over here. Wi-Fi settings. Yeah, for those of you that have never used Apple's VLAN config, it's like pretty bitchin'. Yeah, okay, perfect. Almost perfect. Zoom in a lot. Okay, so this is what I get now when I set up a VLAN on my laptop. So I get IPv6, and then Apple automatically turned on the CLAT because I have an S64 prefix. I should have v4 native as well, so why don't I have v4 native as well? Let's see. What did I do wrong here? DHCP server. Pool custom. Should work. I don't know. I should be getting DHCP as well. Yeah, so now I got a bunch of tagged traffic flowing. My return path isn't working right, but that's a problem I know about. So it seems like it's working now. But it's tagged, so now I got to make it untag. Okay. Let's come back here. Deployment, policy, line policy. It's supposed to be 23 and you're not. You're supposed to be, let's say, 20. Confirm. So that didn't appear to have any effect, the line profile VLAN ID. So then the service profile VLAN ID. Next, next. You were again set, so we'll set concern. And you were supposed to be 21. And then, oh, here I have 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So if I delete like the odd numbered ones here, I should get 20, 22, 24. Let's see what that does. Save config. When you change profile. Okay, restart. Missed mode concern. Did I miss mode concern? Line profile, service profile. I think I got mode concern. I got mode concern. Yeah, I got it. Oh, you. In that mode concern. I think I want SFU. Actually, I want unconcerned. Well, we'll see what that does. So with this config we have now, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, I gotta take the interface down and back up again. Okay, and then I'm gonna turn off the VLAN interface in macOS without you guys looking. Come back up. Turn it off on the fly. Oh, I just turned it off, like, because macOS doesn't let me make that window full screen, or you guys want. I don't want you guys to see my desktop and my Wi-Fi settings. Okay, so, Okay, so it looks like what we got going on now is we got port VLAN 20 untagged, and then we also got 22 tagged and 24 tagged. Wow, you're going wild there. Okay. Yeah, looks like it's working. Let me go back and see what config we're at now. Okay, so problems we have. I was very close before, but not quite right. And second, when I switched my config from 1 gig to 10 gig, I hadn't saved adding the VLANs on the uplink port. Yeah, okay. So those are my problems. So now I can go in and turn off VLAN 22 and 24. Okay, so it looks like what I need native VLAN to be concerned. That way we'll be concerned with native VLAN, I guess. Second, port config. I need mode unconcerned. By the way, HFU and SGU is like home gateway unit, or like HDU means that you're the unit with built-in router. SFU means you're just an ONT. And then I need to set native VLAN to 20. And then down here, I need to set it to VLAN mode trunk and VLAN ID 20. Because if I set transparent, then I get all the VLANs coming out. Because I was trying transparent before and I was getting a whole bunch of extra VLANs and that was freaking everything out. So I need to set it as a trunk port with VLAN 20. And then up here in port config, I set that port to be native VLAN 20. So we'll delete that. So we'll have trunk mode, user VLAN 20, native VLAN 20, concern. Yes. What is my line profile? My line profile, I think, said I should be at VLAN 20. I'm not sure why it's allowing. No, you don't want VLANs and shit leaking. So let's go and reapply your config. Change profile to line profile. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so this is going to reboot. I'm going to unplug my Mac again and then plug it back in so it'll find the network again. Also, I don't know why this is. So my ISP router in the closet gives me gets a /56 from the ISP. It then gives out /59s over DHCP prefix delegation. So my MikroTik router is getting a /59 from the 56 from my ISP. That's where I get 2620. However, the ISP router seems to fail to add a static route. So even though I get the prefix, it doesn't route to it correctly. And I'm not sure if that's a setting I'm messing up or something. So routing for V6 doesn't actually work despite having the prefix delegated correctly. That's why TCP connections all fail, and it looks like bad things are happening. Now, connections to 64FF9B to Taiga work fine, because Taiga has a static route back. And V4 works fine. Okay. So, yeah, we look like we came up and we're working. We got an address of 100.64. Looks like we got .00234. Yes, traffic shaping. So traffic shaping for GPON, you would want the OLT or the ONT customer side to do uplink traffic shaping. And then downlink has multiple places in the network you can do it. So it seems like to me the most popular option is that, so this guy is doing layer 2 to the OLT, which is also doing layer 2. So I have a VLAN per customer coming out here. So I can take, the BNG. So this takes VLAN per customer, and that ends up going out to the BNG layer 2. So in legacy networks, they would probably do like MPLS or some shit, or just put the BNG in the same rack. So the BNG is the router that is actually assigning DHCP to the clients and things like that. Routing client packets, that's where you would do downlink shaping. I guess you could also do uplink shaping there as well and set a higher number on the ONU if you want to do like a better queuing algorithm. Because this is probably not going to be running like high-end firmware. Those fancy queues that the the buffer bloat people love to bitch about. Do you really do VLAN per customer? Yes. I mean, you don't have to, but... Okay, so the reason I'm getting a bunch of retransmissions here is because... you guys can't see me. The reason I get a bunch of retransmissions is because of that static route not working correctly. But V4 seems to be working fine. Yeah, shaping is impossible on ONU. The OLT can still not give enough time slots, though. So if you want to do like FQ coddle, then you have to do software for that. But the OLT has the ability to not give enough time slots to the ONU. So the OLT should be configured with some bandwidth to hard cap of the number of time slots it'll give it. And then the BNG should be doing filtering. Bring it out of NAT66. I could do NAT66. Let's set that up. IPv6, firewall, NAT, chain, source NAT, source address 20. What is my source address? I don't even remember it. Give me 1 second to copy and paste it. You can shape via the OLT if OLT supports it, I guess. Let's see. So let's come back here and :/59. So you are there, and out interface is VLAN LAN. Then our action is going to be masquerade, and yes. Let's see how that looks. Still getting SYN failures. I actually have an address on that. Masquerade. Out interface VLAN LAN. You're on VLAN LAN, right? Address VLAN LAN. Where are you assigned by? You're assigned by DHCPv6, I think. You need a match rule and dest address list. Oh, get out of there. I don't think I need one there in dest address list. I think I should be fine with just these two. What I have before. Before I have source address and out interface, action, masquerade. Oh, I added a match rule. I see what you mean. And I shouldn't have had it. Okay, are you natting correctly now? So if I go terminal here, shut up. What source address are you using? Nope, wrong one. IP address, IP6 address. I guess I could, instead of setting masquerade, I could set source NAT. $20.59. Let's just try from here. Your EN3. Oh, I really hate how macOS makes you sudo ping. I also really hate how macOS makes you ping 6. Why don't I, instead of doing masquerade, do source NAT to address that? There we go. Okay. How we're doing NAT 6.6. So now if I turn off Wi-Fi, does my... Okay, so Wireshark is still going. Let's see if my YouTube comments still work. No. Well, the stream is on a different computer, so I did this intentionally. But no, I can't connect. Let's see. Oh, no, it's working. It's coming. It's coming back. Okay, we're back. I just had to refresh the page so it would load a new, look up the IP address again, I guess. So, yeah, so I'm now connected over the PON network through this. I got Wi-Fi turned off on the laptop. Here's what we're going to do. So we got this. We can, I could do what is my IP, but that's not going to help. Trace route. Did you trace route 6? There we go. Okay. How do I make it not resolve host names? Trace route 6. Mac OS BSD bin utils are such a pain sometimes. I'd like you to not resolve host names. What is the not resolve host names? Okay, so hop 1 is my is my MikroTik router. Yeah, so Mac OS bin utils, there's ping and ping 6. And then there's traceroute and traceroute 6. I don't know why. Okay, so 2821, that's my router in the closet over the PON network. And then 2800, that's my router in the closet. Yeah, it would be nice. Well, no, the problem is that I have to type them in differently. What I want is that traceroute or ping just figures out it's a v6 address and doesn't make me type a different one. I don't want to alias them like that. Okay, so my first hop is the router in the closet, the MikroTik. My second hop is my ISP router. My third hop is the ISP. My fourth hop is also the ISP. So this guy must be my BNG. I don't know, actually. No, they freak out. And they can't do, colon. Okay, they can't do v4 mapped addresses either. Nope, can't do that either. So I have to invoke the correct command. And I gotta use sudo too. I hate this. Okay, 164.0.1, that's my router. 192.168 is my router. 10 is Elisa's router. And then we're off on the internet. So I got it up and working. So I guess the next step for me is to do the multicast VLAN. So I want something somewhere on the network to be spamming multicast like IPTV. Actually, how long have I been streaming? Check that. $120 minutes. Okay, I can go longer. Do I have to do anything today? My pillowcases are in the wash. I need to move them to the dryer. My sheets and my bedding are in the dryer. I need to put them on the bed before I can go to sleep. So that gives me like an hour for the pillowcases to dry before I can go to sleep. Oh, we can keep going. We can keep going here. So don't laugh at my lack of DNS yet. I'm still setting up DNS, but we're going to set up somewhere, some guy here. Well, I guess I'll describe it to you here. Okay, so answering questions. Sudo for v4, no sudo for v6. For ping, you always need sudo for ping or ping 6. I'm not sure why traceroute 6 didn't need sudo. That seems unusual to me. But yeah, you have to pick the right one. what OLT vendor is this? It's a company called CData. Basically, I probably mentioned this at the beginning of the stream. I went on to AliExpress and I tried to find every company that makes single port OLTs. So I don't want like a big giant chassis with a bunch of line cards because that would be way too big for me. So I found everyone that has single port OLTs. This is a single port OLT. And I emailed them all and asked them if they'd like to work with me to make a video. So these guys said yes. So I now have a CData OLT, which is this guy. I have 4 of these guys. I think I had 4 of these. Yeah, these are the tiny little ones. They're like a couple dollars each. And then I got 2 of these. These are a wall jack. So the way this works is it has like an extra plate with it. And you pass the fiber through the wall and then coil it up in this little thing here. And then this becomes the wall jack. So it's like mounted on the wall, fiber coming in the back, and you got power and Ethernet for the customer. They have models of this that also have coax, 1550 nanometer RF over glass, and voice as well, of both of these. And the third one they sent me was the SFP. This is a full-on OLT, not OLT, ONT in this guy. So this is a full ONT customer side for SFP gigabit. All of this is gigabit or GPON, which is 2.4 gig, 1.2 gig, not XGS. And I am fine working with GPON at the current stage of my labbing. I don't think moving to XGS would make me feel any better about it. So that's what I got. I'm hoping to make a nicely edited video on this whole setup and how PON works in general. That will come out in the future. So I was doing a live stream today to try to figure out what I was doing wrong, because there was some setting I was getting wrong and I couldn't figure it out. So Legendary Z very thankfully helped me look at a CLI a few days ago. And so now we've got it all figured out where my mistakes were. So next up, multicast. Yeah, so I need some sort of multicast streaming. What's a good way to stream multicast? Anyone have any ideas? So one thing you're supposed to be able to do with GPON is, so like I could have each customer have their own VLAN for their customer traffic to the BNG. So their internet traffic goes on a VLAN, so I have VLAN starting at, I don't know, 1,000 or something. My customers line up from there. But then in addition to the customer VLANs, which are separate per customer, so every single ONT gets its own VLAN. Every customer gets their own VLAN. I can also do shared on PON, where I have multicast. So if I have multicast TV, I can have a VLAN just for multicast TV that goes out, that gets split to everyone. And since the PON is split optically, it doesn't take any more bandwidth on the PON to send it to more customers. So if we have it on a separate VLAN, it gets encrypted separately. So then we can send like the same multicast to both of my clients. And if I'm sending like 100 megabits of TV traffic, that's only using 100 megabits on a PON, not a shitload. You should do Q and 2 and you do more VLAN stuff. Yeah, so... Oh, you want to do Q and Q right now? What does Movie Maker? No, not what does Movie Maker. I can do Q and Q right now instead of multicast. I was thinking multicast would be a good thing to do next. Should do Q and Q. Yeah, so for Q and Q, I guess I could have like a VLAN service tag for IPTV, and then another service tag that carries all the customers. And then within that service tag, I have a VLAN per customer. I don't think that's really needed, though, because, or at least not at this level. So the OLT only has one port, and if I had like an 8-port OLT, I can only have 1,000 customers on it. That'd be way high. I would probably have a few hundred most on an 8-port OLT. So I can be carrying them over individual VLANs here. And then on my trunk up to the BNG, I can carry them over Q and Q through the core, or I could carry them over VXLAN. Yeah, so you're saying I should architect it so that I have like a service tag for each function. So I have like a service tag that carries all of the customer VLANs inside of it. And then I have a service tag that carries IPTV and a service tag that carries voice. I don't actually really watch live TV, so I don't have a live TV premium basic. Yeah, so I guess that would be if you're going to different BNGs or something, if you have like a... I don't know why you'd have different BNGs like that. I don't know, I assume they're all going to the same core anyway. Okay, so now what I'm going to try is I'm going to come back to this mini PC and I'm going to make this stream something from VLC. But first I need to download a file to it for customer. I see. So he's saying that if I hit more than 4K on an OLT, then I'm in a bad place, which makes sense. So like worst case, you can do 128 customers per PON. To hit 4K subs, you'd need to hit 8, 16, 24, 32 PONs off the same OLT. So in a chassis OLT, you could absolutely hit that. And these are like single 1U rack OLTs. I don't know if they go more than 8 PONs off of one. So then you don't care about hitting VLAN limits. I guess you care about hitting VLAN limits if you're using like, what would that be, 1K VLANs per OLT. And then your next switch in the line might be hitting its 4K. Unless it's doing a second tag. So I'm doing one layer of tag on the PON and a second layer at the core. No, I don't need an MA 5800. Is that from Nokia? Maybe I could find Nokia people around here. 2U and up to 32 PONs. Oh no, I don't need that many PONs. Yeah, Nokia is from Finland, by the way. They're not from this city, though, so I probably won't find Nokia employees here. Is there network group in Tampere or in Espoo? Nokia has like 3 different engineering centers in Finland. I know all of their like RF stuff is in Oulu, which is like cold AF. It has no sunlight. Okay, so back to what I'm doing. So I'm going to hook this little guy up versus Ethernet. He's already got Ethernet. Okay, so I'm going to hook this guy up and download VLC on him, and I'm going to download a video from somewhere. And we're going to try to multicast it. So he's actually already hooked up to the PON, which is neat. I'm going to have to switch you guys around a little bit. This is going to suck. Okay. So we gotta switch you. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Please come back from the dead. There you are. Okay, so software OLTs. Is that kind of like using the so like the OLT Mac is in the SFP module? So you just slide them all into a switch, and then your software OLT is like a core network service that does all the management. Okay. This is really weird. I can't hardly see what I'm doing, so I need less resolution. I cannot read this at all. Okay, hold on. I gotta make you bigger. So one of the problems I'm encountering today is I only own one keyboard and one mouse, and because I only own one keyboard and one mouse, I have to move them from my streaming PC to my mini PC here. Okay, so we need to download a video of any type, preferably one that's not encoded with some stupid high bit rate. So then we're going to use VLC to just play it on a loop to multicast. Big Buck Bunny with a slash. Not from YouTube though, from Blender, Peach. High frame rate, no, probably don't want that. I want like the basic. Okay, how big are you? You guys are freaking huge. 640 by 480? Should we do 640 by 480 or should we do 720p H.264? I'm going to do 720p H.264 because that feels like the kind of thing you get with IPTV quality. Oh, thanks. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, okay, so 400 megabytes. Can I open with VLC? Do I have VLC? So I installed Kali Linux, which is not VLC, or which is not like a standard Debian or Ubuntu or thing. What is Kali's like app store? Text edit. I thought I was going to be using Wireshark. That's why I installed Kali instead of what is my software selection? Oh well, I'll just install it from apt. What is VLC's? I know you got a lot of libVLC, just a VLC. Do an update first. Come on. Okay. VLC. Okay, next up I gotta figure out what multicast address I'm using. Do we want to do V4 or V6 for this? I know some of you are going to say V6. VLC media player, yes, allow network access, continue. So to do V6, I need like an FF05 address. BFF05, right? It's, well, what's the format? So I'm doing I gotta route it. Actually, I don't have to route it. I can put the mini PC directly on my VLAN. So it's not routed, it's just on link. So that takes me to an FF02. I shouldn't do it on link. That's wrong. But I'm going to. Let's do an FF05. Trying to pick one that's not reserved. So like FF05, FF I think is not used. Oops, so we're going to say media. Big Buck Bunny. Playback. How do I make you a stream? There we go. Okay, so you are on Gig E1 on the OLT. So I'm just going to get you set up first. File selection there. Okay. Stream. You guys are trapped behind my picture of myself. Stream. Okay, so streaming from a file. New destination. Should I use UDP or RTP? Should probably do RTP. So RTP MPEG transport and display locally. Add address FF05 : 69. Port 5004. Stream name BBB. How does that look? I need to add a VLAN interface. IPA, IPL. Okay, so I'm on ETH0, IP link add. ETH0.69. What is parent? Oops. Stop it. I didn't mean to. IP link add. ID 69. Where'd you go? Link not specified. .2.1 Q link not specified. Should be parent, shouldn't it? What's the syntax for this? I'll just search it. Okay, IP add ETH0. Both name and dev. There we go. I actually don't need an address here. I just need a link local. That's fine. Well, actually, I need an address that's routable, so I can route my FF05. I'll just use FF02s. Just think of this. Etho.69 sudo IP link setup. Etho.69 IPA. Okay, so I have an FE80 now on Etho.69. How do I get out of full screen? How do I get into full screen? Here we go. Say FF02 69. Activate transcoding. No transcoding. How do I pick a source address? Does it just not have a source address? Maybe I should just VLAN tag this on the ONU or OLT. Okay, so we'll transmit on this guy, and I'm going to change his tagging. So he's plugged in. I'm going to plug him to ETH2 on the OLT. And I'll tell the OLT to tag this port untagged as VLAN69. I'm only screen capping one right now. So sorry you guys don't see this process. Where the hell did it go? Did I close that window? Must have closed that window. Okay, come back. Okay, configuration, port config, gigeth2, port VLAN, gigeth2, access port, port number 69, confirm, save. Okay. Oops. Sudo IP link set down ETH0. Sudo IP link set up ETH0. Sudo IP and add. What do we want our IP to be? FD69::69. Dev ETH0. IPA. Okay, so you should be using the FD69 to transmit, and you're going to FF02::69, and go. So now if I go to Wireshark and I pop open ETH0, I should see a shitload of RTP traffic. Why do I not see a shitload of RTP traffic? Okay, so you disconnected. Plug you back in. PA. Wire shark. Needs 0. Why do I see a bunch of quick traffic? This is not supposed to be coming here. Is it VLAN tagged? Please show me VLAN tags. Where are you? I thought there was a VLAN option here. Guess not. Okay, so much traffic is flowing. Why is it flowing? Okay, configuration, port config, gigi2. You are good enough. Maybe I should plug this down to the MikroTik. Yes, another question is, why am I seeing VLAN ID 20 when this port on the OLT is not supposed to be allowing VLAN ID 20? Oh, I know why. When I was debugging a while ago, I configured a port tap. This is my port tap port. Yes, port mirror. Okay. Delete the port mirror. There we go. Okay. That was my problem. That was port mirroring. Okay, so we'll restart Wireshark. Okay, so now we got no traffic at all because nothing else is on this VLAN except us. Did I bring the link up? Okay, so I brought up an address. Now I have an address. I should have a link local as well. I don't have a link local. Let's try to bring it down back up. I set it up, didn't I? Oh, I bet Network Manager's pissing me off. Network Manager, what are you doing to me? How do I get to Network Manager? Oh well, I'll just add a add the IPv. Okay, so I got the address there. Next, VLC. VLC media player. And I want to media stream. Add a file. Big Buck Bunny. Show more options. And stream. We're going to stream using MPEG transport and display locally. FFO2::69, port 5004, BBB. No transcoding. Go. Okay. What is wrong with you? You're not working. Okay, what is Network Manager doing? Why are you showing as disconnected? What is the Network Manager service? It's like Network DAS Manager, isn't it? Network Manager with capital N and capital M. Okay, no more Network Manager. Okay, so now I got my link local, so it came up correctly. Okay, so now I have an address. So now VLC. Now can you stream? Stream. BigBuckBunny.mov. Stream. Okay. No transcoding. Go. Why am I not seeing packets flying like crazy? Why are you not playing also? You went through like one frame and then gave up. What if we give you a try that instead, RTP. No transcoding and go. Okay, now you appear to be working. But I'm not seeing packets fly. Is VLC even streaming? That's the question. It Sent a neighbor solicitation. Let's restart. See how this works. I have a better idea. I'm going to ask FFmpeg. IGMP, it shouldn't be. It's really not streaming. I'm going to ask ChatGPT what the command is for FFmpeg. And let's see if I have FFmpeg installed. Okay, I asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT is giving me an answer. Wow, it's already midnight. I've been at this for 3 hours. Oh, I don't have internet now. Shit. I gotta get internet again. One moment. Actually, why don't I just plug it into well, I'll just configure it here. Come on, configuration. Port VLAN. Okay. What is the command to make Linux kernel accept arrays? It's proc, isn't it? Procnet. Procnet. Anyone have an idea on accept array? Because now that I got rid of, so I'll just type in the address manually, I guess. What is my address? Okay. Sudo. not IPv6 control porting. You're the wrong symbol. Oh shit, now I don't have the right keyboard. You? There you go. Okay, so you got an address now. Now that you got an address, I can install FFmpeg. There's the whole reason for accepting the RAs, because I killed Network Manager, so then I don't have Network Manager to accept RAs. Okay, FFmpeg is getting installed. Okay. Oh, I don't have DNS. Shit. Here we go. Now I have DNS. Now I can install FFmpeg. Will this be up as a VOD later? Yeah, I'll save this. I generally save my live streams anyway. I'm going to make a full video out of this setup eventually, so don't worry about it. Yeah, it's DNS. Okay. I think the other problem I'm encountering is I was using an FFO2 link local multicast address, and those have a scope. So I bet VLC was freaking out about the lack of a scope. Okay, Big Buck Bunny 720p issue 64. Minus read I Big Buck Bunny. Why don't I oh, this is the best you're gonna get. Sorry if this is hard to read. Oops. Can I do this? That's not a plus. That's a minus. Shit. That made it much worse. Where's the plus key? There we go. Okay. So now you guys can see what I'm typing. Big Buck Bunny 720p H264.MLB. I'm doing C, copy, FRTP. FFO2 : 69% ETH0 : 5004. Oh shit, end quote. Okay, only one stream supported RTP Muxer. Okay, so we're making progress. Yes, having an audience while I screw with console comments right now. It was fun earlier when we were setting up the PON stuff, so I got to talk about GPON for a couple of hours. So I got these two ONUs here. These are my two clients. My goal now is to get a multicast VLAN set up. So I got these guys got connected to the internet via my router in the closet, and they're good now. What's SHEP? -F MPEG TS. Okay, so ChatGPT says I need F MPEG TS instead. I also can't see. Oh no, that's not good. Come back here. So we're listening a lot to ChatGPT here. So MPEG TS question mark. ChatGPT says I should use 1316 bytes. Sure. FFO2 still. Shit, I still have a quote. Well, no, I don't have a quote. How am I stuck in a quote? There we go. Okay. So what is Wireshark C? Okay, so we got stuff going out now. Okay. Neat. Now I got to switch my VLAN. You need to be... Stop it. So now that this appears to be working, I am going to switch you guys over to capture from my Mac again. We'll just leave this guy here having fun. Nope. Yeah, we'll sit there for a little while. What the fuck was that? Shit, stop it. Oh my god. Stop it. What the hell is wrong with you? Okay. Sorry, I brushed up against my TV, which has capacitive buttons, and it did something weird. Okay, so now we're here, and just to see what's going on... Oh yeah, we lost your connection too. I remember your IP address. I would like you to come back, so I'm going to turn on the Wi-Fi. Because I would like Winbox to come back. Okay, so then I'm going to give you a interface, but not an address, on VLAN 69. Call that VLAN IPTV. VLAN ID 69 on bridge. And then on bridge, VLAN ID, we're going to add 69 to that. And then on the OLT web UI, where it's going to kick me out because my time ran out. We're going to come configure port VLAN. Xgig is going to add 69. Okay. And gig E needs to be native VLAN 69. Okay. So gig E2 is what's connected to my IPTV server. And then Xgig is the router. So now if I float over to you, oh shit. Something locked up here on my Mac. My Mac is like really frozen. I guess we'll close it and reopen it. No. Shit. My Mac turned pink. And it rebooted. Well, we'll be in for a little bit of a couple minutes here. My Mac reboots. Is it hot? I think it's hot. It's not dead. I've got it plugged in. I do have V4 in sight. I've got lots of dual stack running right now. Okay, come back. Everything I had open. You were important. All of you. Come back. Get out of here. Oh my god, I had so much stuff open. It's reopening. Sorry for the delay here. How did I have so much stuff open? Safari. Okay, I'm coming back. Give me a moment here to recover from this. Where are you? You sit over here. Where are you? I have two of you. Where are you? Okay, you go over there. Sorry, all my windows got all messed up. Suddenly. Okay. I'm back. Okay. Okay, so now that we're back up and running again, let's connect everything back up and see if it works out. I got all this off one Type-C port too, so. Here we go, okay, you're back. Okay, so now what I got configured. So gig E2, VLAN 69, trunk port. 10 gig, has it tagged. GPON has everything tagged. Okay, if I come back here again, because sometimes these settings seem to not save if I'm losing my access. There we go, okay, that's good again. Winbox. Okay, yeah, shut up. It is that one. Oh, you have a password now. It's not supposed to be tagged on VLAN 2. I gotta find a picture I took of the password. There we go. Okay. So we're up on the MikroTik. So MikroTik should have an interface on VLAN IPTV, which is receiving traffic. So if I run torch on interface VLAN IPTV and don't care what it is, I should see. Yep. So it's coming. It's going to port 5004, and it is IPv6. Okay, so that's working correctly. So now floating over to you, I need to make my config add a second carrier. Yeah, so native VLAN is 69. Tagged VLAN is 2. I just added that because it made me add something to tagged if, I don't know, I just wanted to put something in the box. So next up, I gotta go add my IPTV profile. So should I add a second TCON and gem port, or should I add more tags on the existing one? Suggestion to assign different gem ports for different services when configuring service channels. Okay, we need a gem port. Does this guy get a car? No. And your mapping for gem port 2 is going to be tagged 69. Confirm. Service profile. When you port, I'm going to add port number 1, VLAN mode trunk, user VLAN 69. Oops. And your multicast. What do I have to do about you? No, so this mini PC is not doing any tagging, so tag 2 is not relevant. This is untagged, and it's going to become 69 in the OLT. So it's native VLAN 69 port tag 2. I can just get rid of that port tag 2, and that should be fine. Okay. So now in deployment, Okay, so we're going to try this. Go here, change profile, yes. Profile, line profile. See if this works. So I'm going to switch over to Wireshark. Oh, I wonder if Wireshark ran out of memory, because I've had Wireshark going for a while. I'm going to tell Wireshark to like stop saving shit and just capture settings. Oh, you think the stream ended now? Shit. Where did Winbox go? Yeah, you're right. Oh no, I gotta go back and configure that. Have options. My Kiwi. Tiniest cable ever. Oh, I don't have enough cables to set this up. Okay, so I'll just have to switch the cables back over. Okay. Stream loop. Yeah, I sure do need an IPTV. I didn't bring any with me. Oh no, I can't zoom in. Okay. Okay, so now I see it again in Winbox, so I'm going to switch back. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Okay. I actually have a lot of IPTVMs. They're just not here in Finland with me. Okay. So now what does Wireshark see? Still nothing. I restart the OLT. Okay. Oh, you lost PON. How did you lose PON? Oh, there you go. Okay, you're still booting up. You didn't lose PON. There we go. Okay, so we're up now, and in Winbox we've got a lot of traffic. 4 megabits per second. Okay. Did I tell why I went to Finland? I have a Finnish girlfriend. She lives here. I live with her now. Missing from home. Well, I didn't bring my desktop, but I'm going back to the U.S. in about a month, so I'll pick it up then. I didn't bring any cables longer than 1 meter. I regret that deeply. That's the biggest thing, I guess. So, because, yeah, it's hard to set up stuff like this if you just have a bag of these patch cables. Okay, so we're still streaming here. Okay, you're VLANing. I think there's more complications than just setting multicast. So I noticed there's quite a few multicast settings here and doing IGMP snooping and such. I'm also doing IPv6 here, and it's possible that it doesn't do IPv6 multicast properly. Maybe I should go back and configure before. So I'm going to go here to configuration and IGMP disabled. Then I have VLAN configs here. Yeah, so here it seems to be because I turn off IG or ON multicast mode. I've been enjoying Finland quite a bit. It's quite nice. Let's see, are you coming back up now? Almost out of water. Yeah, it's possible it's doing multicast to unicast. Any plans to visit nearby countries? So Finland is not exactly like driving distance from anyone. We're doing the whole build the wall thing with Russia for good reason. I could drive to Sweden, but not really. So visiting nearby countries involves taking a train to Helsinki, which is like a 3-hour train ride, and then flying somewhere. My other option is to take a train to Vasa, and that has flights to Stockholm and nowhere else. But I currently am planning on visiting the US in about a month. Other plans, I want to visit Microtik in Riga, Latvia. So that's on my list. We're going to Lapland, Finland, but that's like 10 hours away in Finland. We're going to Lapland in the fall. It's going to be freezing cold there and probably like not quite polar night. So, Lapland. I guess I'll see Swedish Lapland because they're right on the border. There's a point where you can see all 3 countries, Sweden, Finland, and Norway. Okay. Are you back yet? Seems like you're back. Okay. I'm still not seeing any VLAN tag traffic from you. So I'm still getting port 5004 traffic. Zabbix, they're in Riga. Oh. Ubiquiti actually has a big engineering office in Riga too. But I asked Druvis for Microtik if he added V23. You saw her on a YouTube short. If you go look at the shorts, there's one that she's in. I had V23, yeah. I did that earlier. Add VLAN or port 1, VLAN mode trunk 23. Yes, save. Save. Tell the ONU to re-register. Yeah, Finland is quite a large country, despite not having a massive population. It's physically very large. So just driving to Sweden is like a 5-hour, 6-hour drive. Driving to Helsinki is like a 5-hour drive. Helsinki, I can take a ferry to Tallinn, which my parents actually did. They went after they came with me to Finland, and then they continued on to see other countries without me. So they saw Estonia. Okay. Come back up. Why are you rebooting so slowly? Wonder what experience they had in Helsinki, because I thought Helsinki was a beautiful city. Quite countryside. Or so Finland has like cities, and then they have nothing in between. Farms. Oh, Finnish public transit in Helsinki I thought was amazing. Coming from the U.S., I guess, where the transit is not amazing. I took the tram. They have the VR trains. Oh, blizzard. Yeah, that would make sense. If they had bad snow, Helsinki gets snow. Okay, why are you taking so long here? Okay, you're back up. Restart the capture. Okay. So I'm actually seeing traffic from MikroTik on VLAN 69 in CDP. So I'm getting VLAN 69 traffic. It's just not passing the multicasts. But here, what is your... How do I add a column here? Yeah, FFO269. Can I ping this address on VLAN 69? Is MikroTik blocking? MikroTik is actually not involved. You're on the same VLAN, so it shouldn't have to go through the MikroTik. Let's see what other options we have here. IGMP. So it has VLAN forwarding settings, and I'm guessing I'm going to have to dig into that, which probably means I have to use IPv4. Why is it not just carrying it transparently? Even if I can't get it small streams. You got to enable multicasting global. Here, global setting IGMP. Okay, well, I enable IGMP mode in global. But this still only affects IGMP v4. It shouldn't do v6. Oh. Got an extra port number on the end there. Okay, I can ping. So that's getting passed. Yeah, so it's passing multicast like FFO2.1 correctly. And it's also passing MDNS, which is multicast. So I would expect if it just has V4 settings that it treats V6 multicast as broadcast. So it should work even if it's not optimized on the PON. Yeah, so I can enter 69, unknown multicast stream transparent, routing port, 2. Yeah, so since these RAs are coming out, actually, can I do a ping? Yeah. So I can ping on VLAN 69. Can I ping FFO2 69? Yeah, that's coming through. I wouldn't be doing IGMP because I'm doing IPv6, so it would be an MLD. What if I just reboot the OLT? I think I'm also nearing the end of how long I want to stream for, coming at 4 hours. Yeah, so the multicast truss on the uplink is, it seems to be IPv4 only, but it also seems to pass IPv6 multicast IGMP just fine. Okay, what if I go back and configure this for v4? Then we can do all the usual stuff in v4. Okay, so we're going to come back over to U. Okay, come back. Yeah, no, we don't do v4 here, but it seems like that might help me make progress. Bridging. We should be layer 2 for everything here. Come on, okay. Okay, stop. So you are... No, I did not. Actually, hold on, before I do that. Okay, so now I should have a source address, because otherwise I wouldn't have a v4 address to source from. So then we're going to try 224.0.0.69. Network is unreachable. Oh, and I ended up with 2. Okay, so now I have a v4 address. 224.0.0.69. That is the correct group, right? 224 is my link local multicast. Okay, I think I'm going to finish the stream at 1 a.m. my time. So I'm going to give this one try with IPv4. Network is unreachable. Should I do a 239 address instead? No. Why do you not have a multicast route? It does have v4. Oh. It has v4 configured. I have an IPA. They have 100.64 to 255.0. And that should be good enough as my source address. So multicast packets have a unicast source address still. And that should be my 100.64. I shouldn't need an upstream because I'm sending a multicast. Use.1. Oh yeah, you're right. Linux should be .0 safe actually, but yeah, okay. Maybe that's why it's mad. Linux treats.0 is unicast, I believe. Oh, I gotta add a route for multicast. /. Okay. There we go. Okay. So you're up and running. Over here on MikroTik, Torch. Are you up and running? Okay, so I had to add a route because I was using a, had to add a route. Not showing up in MikroTik now. Am I showing up in Wireshark? Yes, definitely. I think I'm going to end the stream here. Remember to restart Wireshark. I think I'm going to end the stream here. Let me switch back to a better camera view for that. Okay, come back. Okay, so now I'm switched back to this camera view. A little bit of an outro, I guess. So I'm going to make a video on the PON setup. I may or may not try to get multicast working by then. I probably won't because I don't care enough. I know it's a thing that PON is capable of, but I have enough content already for one video. I mean, I was sitting here for 4 hours, so. And I want to do a little bit of a talk about how PON works and how it's multiplexing different connections and stuff like that. So that's going to come out eventually. I'm sure you'll see more of this PON setup in the future. But thanks for coming, everyone. Let's see if I can end my stream over here from the UI. Yeah, so bye, everyone. See you guys later. Thanks for coming. Mm-hmm.